Biomechanisms. Conducting the meat process. So, needed to attach that seed return. Again, I prepared a spoilage outlet here that I did not use. Yeah, the compounding convolutions of seed supply. You kind of stand as a point. In favor of larger, more unified threshers. Some sort of Biomachine 6 plus. Biomachine Millennium Edition. That might include such things. Anyway, bioscience. Bioscience Mini is online. Void Block is handling delivery flights. And among other between-session considerations. Certainly dwelled on that we're thinking about the material supply situation for a platform in space and the amount of stuff that it can do for itself, hypothetically, just by collecting rocks. That because a platform in motion spawns more total rocks, your convoys are actually going to have higher resource throughput, potentially, than a stationary satellite will. Might then in turn be nuance in which lanes you would want platform to be traveling along in order to get different mixes of resource drops. Possibility of initiating space oil, thus space plastic, and space the full circuitry stack. Like, that means in space you can make roboports and drones. And at least tank You have vehicle options that are situated in space. Small additional adjustment here. I want to thin out the magnitude of stuff that's sitting on that belt. Up to 150. There, I just want to be sure that it keeps circulating. Because if things stop circulating, that is when you have opportunities for spoilage to actually clog the belt. Things aren't routinely passing by any kind of filter. There's definitely weak points in the system. Always are. Be nice to have carbon fiber working. Non-zero biosulfur production is the more important piece of this. That being such a low impact job, could just as well hack that onto the side of an existing component. Right, I was going to bring that a little bit of iron ore. Concrete for burn towers for waste disposal. A reasonably important job. Good to see metal in such high supply. What? Oh, right. Quality ammo. They're confused. Bullets are too fancy. And the rest of them have no filters on their loading arms, so they'll just take whatever. And that was good enough to provide coverage during that interruption. Things are fine. Give another roboport on me. This to get network access up to here. Just barely. Good. And it can even leech off of the spoilage of this machine for its supplies. Biosulfur. Yeah, and I'll restore carbon production at a later time. Got some carbon fiber laying around. Yeah, I don't want to maintain auto-launching for now, because we're still doing the meat convoys. Could mean that Void Block is receiving a package right now, and then will be on its way again. Belts also didn't take long. Biolabs can perform the fish process. But not here. I would need to bring the biolabs to Novus. the export of meat machines. And I can also build lightning weapons here. If I had electrolyte, which I don't. If I imported the relevant materials, it could happen. The holmium solution being the thing that's missing. Nothing going on there. Capture rockets would also be a method of storing bioflux. 20 bioflux each. You would get 5 back on recycling it. Create some biopreserves in a can, mounted at the end of a rocket motor. For freshness. I don't think I have any purple carbon fiber. A little sooner than that. What is the best grade of carbon fiber I have laying around? Probably blue. Nice. The overall fiber production didn't run for that long. Draw a bit more of it in though. I can also add backpacks to vehicles. And give the ox some saddlebags. I should give the ox a knife. I could find somewhere to put a knife. I have to replace one of the shields. Or one of the robo ports. I have a lot of batteries laying around here. As long as I can make 5 turrets. And of course I can give the ox bullets. And I can also proceed to automate supplies for the ox. Some bullet. If I produce any... No, I need crude oil to make the sauce. So sauce is not available on this planet. Could make some shells. Make sure that you have repair packs. Parked you slightly too far away from the hive. Now the bees can see you. Quite enough material at blue. Green might do it. There's a couple of green... couple of turrets worth of stuff laying around. Batteries, thousands of chip, hundreds of steel. Oh, bioflux, because... root, because no nutrients. I've got to open this up a little wider. So, why have you not... You're reading from the wrong direction. Hold on. Right, because of this wire, this can see the entire rest of that conveyor belt. Oh, I need to make this control happen over here instead. You don't worry about it. You enable when pulp. Then and need to just start this with a little pocket dirt. There. And that delay was long enough that the crabs escaped. Hate to see it. Oh, need to go get some fresh crab stock. Lab security did its job. Damage was minimal. Still running a copper shortage. Probably not helped by iron getting first crack at the bioflux here. Generating plenty of upgraded copper. Range for sulfur deliveries. Try to. That's a lot. Rod that I could just deliver here. Material. One full shipping container of biosludge. I can see the general shape of further safety features that would be used to better detect any disruption of supply to the bioscience machine. Probably get away without implementing it at this phase. Oh, okay, actually we have plenty of common heating tower laying around. Our work is done. Oh, 16 uncommon laser. That will provide a couple of spins of the wheel. Would if I had any uncommon structure. Would somewhere. Or wait, I've been auto-mulching The upgraded structure. That would do it. Two more purple rocket launchers. May as well let these just keep building up. On the pile of future tasks will be like going through and transcribing the rocket payload sizes of various materials. Looking for the ideal spots in each production chain to launch into space. Lab running. No, because they're waiting for meat delivery. Or no, they're holding a bit of meat. Waiting on yellow, which is waiting on blue. Is waiting on red. Waiting on wire. Rare wire is now. No, rare wire is not in excess. Purple wire exists and is throwing off all of the assumptions built into the machine. This end of the wire maker allows for purple. The other end did not. That restores flow soon enough that the bioscience won't completely spoil. It's got another 10 minutes on it. Be nice to accomplish stack inserter and knowledge of Spidertron, but building any spiders will be the job for the next return to Novice, which I think is going to be after Volcano Adventure. I would like to see all of the tools of the inner system on the table. Right, you just store all of your asteroid fragments in your core. You had another combinator. Or another asteroid crusher, or both. Looking to add copper to this. I guess the surface area overall isn't that great for it. Building the fleet in earnest is also kind of a job for after Volcano. Yeah, actually draining down the supply of biolube. All been applied to fresh conveyor belt. I could sneak functionality 4 into here. Because that just needs gel in. Yeah, seed evacuation for this is happening by throwing it in with the spoilage and then sorting it on the way out. Don't have an easy direction to send spoilage. I can still work with this. How did seeds end up on the nutrient line? Because of this filter here. Needs to change. So there. Current biomachine has many flaws, but it's getting a job done. That'll do. And alright, one personal laser for the ox. Might roll up another one. In place of a roboport. Bioscience in and sizzling. Blue also having engine block problems due to what? Flies back up tubes. Too many uncommon tubes. Oh. There's a method for this. Okay, uncommon and rare qual 3s are in stock. Yeah. That's fast enough to unjam the machine. Odor for blue. Blue for yellow is still under a bit of strain. Could use more wire making machines. Or a way to redistribute the effort of the existing wire machines. There. That'll keep the labs thinking. Think block could start trying to self-replicate a little bit. Because it's safe from harm. Inserters and even a little bit of conveyor to work with. At least let it start to diversify its resources a little bit, if it can. Let it try. Has more crushers and more grabbing arms. Needs a tiny smattering of copper. And it would become capable. Ending the platform. I haven't avoided science buffered for quite a while. I just set you to make platform and you to make here. Oh, you even had a little bit of platform still available. Some of your gaps. More tiles. It'll take a lot more monitoring and probably a bit more gear. Get that in order, but the possibility remains. Writing for long-term local explosive production. That requires that I make carbon. Yes, good. Bioscience is getting successfully processed. Few more shipments. That should cover the whole farming process for the time being. And rocket fuel productivity also directly impacts the current arrangement that I have for main power on Glima. Proves everything about that setup. Biofactory doing good enough. Allow for routine space launches. Okay, I could be moving these more often if I allowed slightly more crab. Which would have to come in the form of adding another crab hatchery. I'll leave it set up well enough alone for now. This has been a useful design element. Just the beacon, the closed loop, the strings of biomachines receiving their appetite control signal. Get a dirt machine running. Always need more dirt. You can put 10 rocket launchers. But you could put 500 carbon fiber. Which would make 25 rocket launchers. And many other materials involved here could be sourced in space, actually, Fiber itself, does it need to be biospun? Yes. The issue with making the carbon fiber in space would be having a nutrient supply in space, which would require imports of food. Oddly enough, the biochamber itself can survive in a vacuum. The other part of this is non-perishable. I guess long-term exports of gleba are bioscience, bioflux, and carbon fiber. Respun and ready to go. Like, read ahead on stack inserter. Okay, these are also made of gel. So stack inserters also get made here out of biogel and sent to other worlds. What would the alternative on that even be, right? It would be launching fresh fruit into orbit in order to thresh it, either in space or after dropping it from space onto another land. And fruit is 1,000 per rocket. Can actually launch quite a bit of fruit. But probably not worth it versus getting everything sorted out here. Wood processing, fish breeding. And alright, yeah, so the stack arm is made in a normal assembler. The only organic component directly involved is the gel. It is a mostly metal cyborg process to put together the largest the arm which flexes best. Yeah, that's concerning. Whatever, it's fine. It'll figure itself out. I'm almost done with this round of bio research, so even if Generation 5 has the front fall off a bit, that's not catastrophic. It still produced a lot of valuable data. and the seed stock is present. As long as seeds are available, the farm can be rebuilt. Carbon fiber is here on the meat planet. Signature resource of the volcano is tungsten. There might also be calcite on the ground there. I have yet to directly look upon it. Spiderbot will be the last named piece of agritech. Also comes with arm capacity. Final rank. One small missing link in the process here. West. Spoilage. Into the sewage treatment plant somewhere. Because it's a 200 stack, it's nearly 10k. Steel box. That being necessary for, in the event that I let the bioscience production here just kind of continue untapped. When those beakers spoil, they need some way to be ejected from their containers. So I could also do that with arms locally. Since these are unloaders instead of loaders, the interaction with the corners of belts isn't an issue there. The traditional escort beacon for rocket silos being a layer of speeds. Supplement the productivity. Allow for even faster turnaround. And I guess because you can't qualitate the launch itself, that still applies. Yeah, I can do some combination of efficiencies and speeds. Allow for very rapid launch cycling with also not completely overwhelming the budget. Right, and there's that scaling factor. Part of how beacon spam was reined in at some point. Alright, now finally, see, that's what this graph is. That's what the transmission efficiency stat does. It is how much loss there is when you spam. It's a logarithmic curve either way, looking at it. But it is taller with stronger beacons. As far as overall goals for this round of farm architecture, main power, the lights have stayed on. The fuel supply is abundant. And sewage management. Nothing is loitering on the belts. Things are getting burned. Things are still being set aside and buffered. That if I restored industrial use of spoilage for carbon generation, that would be able to operate. Things are kind of boxed in down here right now. It'll be time to untangle some of these wires again for any future waves of biomachine. Some combination of disentangling the parts already in this one or starting to decentralize the complex by having more than one drop point on the railway. Where part of the change to the system there would be to have more parking lots, have somewhere a station that is always on, probably also the refueling point, where each train schedule is park, and then every other stop on their list has control wires that wake or sleep the station, so when nothing is going on, the train sleeps. And the moment a signal rises anywhere, the train deploys. Great unified communication lines. Whole system of hunger signals that set quotas for farm production that I started to use down here and then stopped installing on any future machines. Okay, what's the issue here? Okay, that's by design. There's fruit pulp isn't going anywhere because this is the rocket fuel machine. Carry on then. Do occasionally burn a canister of rocket fuel. Because that is the upkeep of having the lights on. So if anything, I could redeploy a couple more electric towers. Look, the sign says it will be fresh from the oven, but that's only if you phone in advance and place an order. If you just drop by to the storefront and expect to walk out right away, you're getting something that was under the heat lamp. That's how it works. It'll be a little dry. Is feeling increasingly like it is time to go and fight the stove. To enter the crucible. Begin the trial of magma. Learn the riddle of fire to go with the riddles of metal and wood. Suppose makes novice the trial of earth, and then Quillo the trial of water. And then the void. Yeah, there we go. Way of the workflow. It's all coming together. The lab ready to receive those beakers. Yes, it is primed. Built some of its buffer. So, in preparation. Journey. Turn off the logistic beacon. Away my local inventory. Still gonna be a little bit. That's like, alright, that was another 1,000 beakers dropped. Fighter doesn't have to be done right away. The progress all gets saved, so lost there. Alright, yeah, void block. And your request for bioscience. It'll keep being made, and there will be some equilibrium point where the spoilage rate matches up with this rate of production. And then this will balance out there. What kind of production rate are we actually achieving for BioBeaker right now? Yeah, just shy of 1 per second. So 3,600 BioBeakers get made over the lifespan of one BioBeaker. It's pretty good. That means there will be a couple deliveries worth of beakers sitting here waiting to go. Delivery of a single premium rocket launcher. Munitions sold separately. Size of that inventory. The power of carbon. Tech armor made entirely of backpacks. What is this? One rail signal missing from this floor plan. I'll be able to throw together some kind of collection of more blueprintable big machines. That's in build radius. All one robo network. But I unloaded this into a wood box. There. Got light installed. I can have Void Block do delivery runs. Hold on. Military tech, which needs all which jammed on the existence of purple wall. There we go. And to continue doing deliveries while I am sealed in the volcano. So the bioscience can try to happen in parallel. If the farm has any health incidents while I'm away, the ox can do its best. They heard me leaving. Also want, like, radar. Make radars for you. You don't have conveyor immunity. Be careful. Right, without radar you can't even see what's happening over there. That's outside of your context. Try to make common roboport. Auto repair would also be nice. Okay, good. There are common gears on the network. The lightning guns. And a little bit of dirt. Gotta have some dirt when you're out doing swamp builds. parked exactly outside of the network. Yes. Ox, you gotta work with me here. Alright, radar is accomplished. Will do for just getting visual continuity out there. Well, something better fix that water line. Why would Crab do this? Little hold on rocket launcher production. We have a few. Okay, it's fine. So, about that Crab raid. Get the trail cam up on the farm. West rocket launchers and rockets so that you can do resupplies for them. Loaded anyway. Like the attack was up here. Yeah. I just need to come out here and install equipment. Doing farm maintenance without the benefit of a jetpack. It does bring new perspectives to the terrain. request some power lines. Don't have that many bigs in stock. Correct that problem. And there's some power supply issue. Yeah, there's a place in there. Little bit of conveyor. Alright, that's a start. Ox will be fine. Into the fire. So, open the briefing. Out. Volcano. No water, no oil, no uranium. Vast oceans of lava. And solar is boosted. The sun is right there. Alright then. Here we are. At last. Floor is lava. Didn't bring any construction robots. Uric acid bubbles up from the ground. There is coal on site. Alright, this is also the planet that dislikes bots. Fire hot. Alright, put void block back on meat delivery. On your way. The new adventure begins. No, they just have pure carbon trees. Be doing any mass disassembling. And, alright, rocks. First taste of tungsten. Carbon, which can also be made by cleaning coal and sulfuric acid. And tungsten plus carbide to create tungsten carbide. Tungsten, which is assembled or foundried. So, we already knew about calcite from space. Tungsten just made us aware of carbide bits. Make tungsten carbide to unlock the foundry. Didn't have any expectations about what Volcano Planet should sound like. Take a look around. Alright. So there's some of the soup. And there's the locals. Childhood. This is a small worm. $30,000 HP is a small. Just a little guy. Alright, so if I hand make one carbide nugget by punching down a tree. Or now I will need an assembler to run that in. And until I can actually drink from the soup, metal supply is fairly constrained. Only what I can punch from the rocks. Okay, so the map is indicating the territory of each worm. And overseen in conversation. The vague sense of how these work. They are overwhelmingly powerful, but they have a home zone that they patrol each. So until you intrude into their land, to say, collect the delicious tungsten ore that they guard jealously, they will not hassle you. Very convenient that there are explicit lines on the ground that they emit radio signals. As life do. That sulfur field. Pick up some sulfur off the ground. Yeah, I suppose then if you manage to destroy a worm, territory opens up for access. If, when. Alright, there's just calcite on the ground. Healthy starter supply. This is not inside of worm territory. I can just take this for myself. Yeah, now that I'm here, I'll let myself look at the stat pages for demolishers. Yeah, 30,000 health and 2,400 regen per second. Here is the minimum DPS you must achieve to actually scratch the shell of the Great Maker. Man. And I guess, yeah, get assembler 1. That I can make my test piece of carbide. And how do I make the electricity here? Probably just by raw building a solar panel, right? There's no barrier between me and steel. Go directly to making things out of steel because there is no wood here that has not been purified. Let's see that armor spread as well. 2020 electric, 60 explosion, immune to fire, immune to impact, immune to laser. 50% physical, 10% poison. The bio damage, or just really, really big gun. The resistance, the armor profile doesn't change, just the raw amount of HP and healing go up. I do have poison capsules. I guess of those available options, electric is one of the weak points in their armor. The lightning could do work if you bring enough of it. Poison is the main flaring opening. Mission. Category of recipe has to be an assembler too. Might as well make stone furnaces. Quite a few stone furnaces. Oh, assembler 1 can't do fluids. Alright, that's a limitation I'd never considered. So, with this on the floor, they make a tungsten, which needs sulfuric acid. Alright. Also need to pump some of that out of the ground. And then hit that with the rays of the sun. Punching more rocks. Farm science machine, right, need to enable auto launch. Farm science machine doing its job. Not the freshest batch, but a delivery gets made. Okay, and the limitation. More things need the ability to add hunger to the quota. I can do. That running a little better. Just reintroduce my constant boxes that I could use to set a base demand. Set this to emit. Red square. This to emit 50 green. Right now, so the farms will just stay on a little bit. Clock is doing fine. Adventure on the high seas. Wants green, wants wire. Too much uncommon wire again. I had a wire recycler going. Gotten discontinued. Fix that up though. There we go. Flow restored. The ability to put quality markers on signals, yes, does mean that each item signal is now 5 channels. So if you somehow didn't have enough available bandwidth for your circuit networks, now there's even more. those and a solar panel. Power line. Alright, so this gave me knowledge of the foundry. And things to do. Need to fill out that whole bill of material. Get one of those. Then that provides the ability to start casting. This is the liquid planet. Home of the hottest soup. Well, I need at least one foundry. So 50 carbide. Reinforced concrete, the lubricant. Bunch a lot of rocks to get things started here. There's no normal oil here, so I got to liquefy coal. Although, wait, if I didn't have simple coal liquefying... I didn't have coal... Well, no, I have the coal. Didn't have simple coal liquefaction. Or, okay, that's a consequence of calcite processing. This is a guaranteed part of the local economy. So all I need for oil is calcite. And since this is casting, you can directly make some things out of the molten metal. And if I were doing this with open channels, it would be then very easy to kickstart this using space resources. Use for iron box. Wild. And the lights are on. Process more carbide for me. Start to take a small starter bite out of the calcite field. To make an oil refinery. The lapis should be infinite. Same as all the other, it's an ocean type. Rather than a liquid ground resource. But wait, also if I need to make reinforced concrete, then I need to make regular concrete in addition to that. We're trying to spot what the minimum number of foundries to get metal production started is then. Looks like a two-step process. First, I need to catalyze the iron out of the raw magma. Yeah, calcite to generate molten iron. Then you can cast the molten iron into ore. Or no, this is your ability to melt ore back into its liquid form. Again, then you cast the molten iron directly into plate. Or directly into steel. Or directly into gear. Or stick. You can just cast the low-density structures using fluid. Gotta throw some plastic in there. This starts with 2 steps, but I could also buffer the liquids. Like I could bring the raw magma into the foundry, catalyze a bit of it, store the metal in a tank, and then flip the mode of the machine. Looking for the shortest path to get away from relying on punching rocks. I'll get enough tungsten find for 2 foundries, and I will pick up this machine and redeploy it. It's currently not moving. But the biobeakers are here. Some of them have gone bad in the tube. Blue and yellow are both missing, and purple. Furnaces. There's our steel. Stuck on rare and uncommon steel being clogged. Start taking measures to refine some material. There is stray purple here. That would also do it. Okay, and like the overall quantity of uncommon steel is actually fine right now. Got clogged by picking up subpar iron. Outside of bot support. Tank. Go unjam that machine. There. Oh, I might also have to go jam the other one. Let's single purple there. That's not preventing this from cycling though.
Beep.
That's still good-ish. Have a bit of room. Catch up on that bit of the backlog. Probably, yes, missing low density because of the common problem of the steel shortfall. Now resolved. Good move again. Back to punching rocks. Also need a chem plant for the lubricant. Have this on the ground for ease of reference. I have to move it closer to the sulfur field. Time to cycle it. Try to get away with using as little power as possible. Mostly out of personal preference. Implant. There has the last orphan train. Let's just put that one on manual. That's the tool chain for that. Rebuild the rest of the recipe. Right, no bots. For their own safety. Also, before completing that chain, I will need to refine some concrete. Which means finding a source of water. Other chemistry have they given me so far? One of these is like a way to get steam out of sulfur. Yes, calcite plus sulfur to make steam, and then steam plus time. Make water. Chem plant. Though also in turn the ability to create steam chemically gives me a main power source. That's 500 degree steam. It is. So I could run turbines off of this. Just directly, no exchangers needed. Does follow pretty easily that on the magma planet, the ability to generate power should not be complicated. If only there was some sort of temperature gradient. Now that is only 2,000 steam per second. That'll actually do quite nicely. Yeah, that'll run a lot. Turbines, potentially. Also settle for engine to get anything off of the ground. But it may as well be fancy. Still, there are local modules. That is a manner of quality. And the turbines are just flat better at getting energy out of the steam. Right, thinking about it now, the thing that was throwing me off about like the initial list of foundry recipes here. These are for using foundries on other planets where you don't have a big lake of molten rock to take a sip from. This is what allows them to operate on, like, Novice. You can take your ore, melt it down into goop, and then cast the goop. It is interesting, because that means this is both furnace and, for a couple materials, basic assembler. There's a lot of steps where you get to add 50%. Yeah, getting the calcite on Novice, the most readily available source would be dropping it from orbit. Processing asteroids. That could be very limited in its overall volume. But the productivity. Okay, there we go. Tiny mineral steam setup. Generating our basic concrete. Depositing more of the material. Foundry. You miss out on quality from the liquid phase, that is true. Your ability to add quality would start at the casting. rather than getting to roll dice in a standard furnace. Yeah, that is a strong interaction. But for any recipes that are mostly molten with one physical input, so this would let you upgrade. You would need only a high quality plastic bar to end up with high quality structure, or only a high quality brick to get high quality concrete. And whatever else will fall out of the tech later, because this is not yet the full power of the furnace. Foundry will unlock the big drill, which is in part directly cast from molten iron. Has to be made here in the fires of Mount Doom. That leads to the tungsten plate. Leads to the future. Okay, it is only 20 refined concrete. Already made enough of the basic stuff. Just need some rebar. Almost punched enough rocks. So all three inner planets have in their startup here have employed a similar principle of making a task that accomplishes multiple things. When you go out and scrape swamp gunk, or break rocks, or sort garbage, at any given time you were probably looking for one thing, but you get the additional reward of a second thing or more, and it will be of use to you later. Having started to taste all three planets, I like the order I've chosen. It doesn't seem like there's much of a wrong order. Especially if you weren't insisting on maintaining a seal around each new world after you drop in. Most of the problems with getting started on one of these would be alleviated by just importing more equipment and more resources, which would then invite the player to get used to building ships and managing their ships. Fulgora is definitely always the correct choice, though. Like, Gleba is weird. The most unlike the usual flow of things. But once you have adapted to the swamp, it does reward you. The payouts for getting even a small bio machine working were reasonably hefty. Didn't even bring a recycler with me when dropping. I allowed a recycler. Drop in for Glebe. Here there is only the fire. And we do have the one big magma pool that is not in the worm zones. Eight more bars. Go scout this last corner. Safe zone. Another sulfur field. Completely immune to beam. Alright, the new tech has dropped. And like, in keeping with the usual map gen logic, there's like, each planet has a general sort of starting zone that it wants to deploy you in. Seems like. Bits of conversation that could not be avoided. There really weren't. There was no attempt to avoid them. You hear about things. I'd heard the general description of the Volcanus starting area of being a small island of safety, and then the danger zone. Oh. Oops on. Alright, yeah, to help begin with flexibility, let me just fill a thermos with lava. Prepare a second thermos to fill with iron. Tools. And pull out the solar panel, because now this has steam buffer. Already holding one power pole. My solar powered magma furnace is actually a normal thing. Maybe not for magma, but a lot of foundational chemistry research that required extremely high temperatures was actually done with focused solar. That's the only way you're going to get a lot of heat without also releasing a bunch of contaminants by burning something. You've successfully constructed the giant mirror. Then you can get your couple of hours of extreme heat at a point each day, and then use those for science. You produce in batches of 250. Yeah, I want a second full thermos to buffer that in. 3 turrets. 3 warnings. 3 different warnings. Void block, just with its current gun configuration, has a lot of supply hiccups. Whenever the fancy ammo gets shuffled through. Overall supplies have stayed good. Carousel is thriving. And no science production in a while, though. Novice. Alright, what other symptoms are going on here? Still needs engines, wire engines. Not running. Still steel. Why steel? Door. Is not unloading. Is there a problem at the mines? The fancy iron is backed up, and that is stopping the mines from doing their job. Both need to destroy a bunch of uncommon iron. Purple. Issue. Purple iron is also going to build up in the train, but that's a failure state that will work out well enough. Well, no, because then eventually this would clog as well. You still have most of an iron cargo there, so just move on. I want 2 more steel here. Or a jug. Bring molten iron. So big drill. We meet at last. 2.5 speed, your 13 by 13 area, your base 50% resource drain. A common big as effective as a purple electric. 4 module slots. There's so much quality in that. Rocket capacity is how many of them fit in a rocket for sending to orbit. Oh. Soup reservoir. Begin the first batch. Very slowly for want of electricity. I should do at least double batches for that productivity bar. Willing to agonize through this at 1 solar panel speed. I'd have to either build a power line or build a sulfuric acid pipeline. First dose of the soup. Doing all of this. be unnecessary. Well, many parts of this will be unnecessary. Others will still have their roles. Alright, that's the serial warning. Nearly 1 million calcite to work with here in the starting zone. And over 1 million coal. Only 1 worm to defeat to acquire 200,000 tungsten. Which double all of those numbers if I am collecting them with the large drill. You generate much stone, the slag from the process. Oh, molten iron can be directly cast into pipes. I can build conveyor belts in here the normal way. Not an alternate recipe, just a productivity bonus. Big drills made here. Of course, the foundry can self-replicate. Cast iron. Very slowly cast the iron. That goes 20 at a time. That initial batch becomes 37 cycles of this machine. Meaning 112 iron plate would fall out of this. Okay, and when the sun is up, still only running at a fraction of speed, but it's a larger fraction. For a little while, I can pretend that I'm going to make productive use of this brick. I might. Because an unending font of gravel would also make this win out as the ideal place to make armor plates for the ships. Roasting all of the stone into brick and then qualitating the brick back and forth. Make stronger and stronger barriers. roast some of this iron into steel. Eventually go up to 2 solar panels. So naturally the largest goal here would be to get my next couple of foundries up. And a real power system to go with them. The one steam turbine is certainly a start. And make you cast the steel directly. And the sticks. And the concrete. Cast a bit of steel. With the last of this molten material, and then I'll have to extract more. Two of them. Okay, there was momentary science production a couple of minutes ago. Okay, yeah, without a good buffer of iron income. Oh, this old iron mine finally died out. Well done. Time to open this one. Potentially. Port iron train. Just go to parking for a moment. I'll see if I can extend you the second long iron. And the bots install wagons. Like it. If I can get the network down to the parking lot. They are. Strong bots. You are now founder of the group. Long Iron. You get promoted. Group Long Iron. Oh, Long Iron itself is also wearing down a little bit. If only we could invent some sort of larger drill. I guess it would explain the lack of more fluid gimmicks on the other planets if this one came first as an idea. or even just over the course of some manner of design back and forth, hook up the title of Fluid Gimmick Planet. Cast me some more steel. Look at it go. I will create our line. Back to this. Over to the acid boiler. Be able to work together. Two or three more wires to make that connection. Right, and iron ore will stop being a problem because I can use molten iron for concrete in the foundry, rather than relying on assemblage. I already have the reinforced stuff for the second slab. Might be enough to parlay this. Alright, sun is rising. Cast that iron. Oh right, since I know the application that it's for, I could cast it directly into sticks. And get so many sticks. Iron. Oh, right, I can also process holmium here. So I'll want to bring some of these to Fulgora to get that much more metal from my solution. Steam. Okay, and plastic production here is straightforward. It's just crack the heavy oil down using the condensed steam. Combine it with coal. One more chem plant, two more chem plants that'll need. Cast some tubes. Right tube is a, there it is. Cast, you can cast underground tube directly as well. Okay, it still requires the basic pipes as a precursor. Replace the additional metal plate with liquid. Tubes. Very slowly drawing in the last of the soup. Alright, more molten. Get right to it. And one more chem plant. Quality draws near. Welcome. Pull up a chair. The magma beach. Sample the sauce. Need to apply more coal to liquefy. Let's do a quick roast of out of inventory and processed into something. Yes, now plastic here. Make reds so I can make modules. Make my first assembler 3. And soup is filling up again pretty quickly. Brick is successfully roasting off of that. Get my first local speed modules and my first local quality modules. Oh, it takes a lot of coal to run this process. And fortunately, but also things to look out for. It's also where we invent the better coal liquefaction recipe. Work out fine. Constant supply issues for the Spidertron research. Blue is back. Purple needs furnaces. What is stopping furnace production? A purple furnace existing. As will happen. Alright. Pop that out. On both counts. You love to see them, though. Fine piece of machinery. Are the density structures also confused by something? No, they're just waiting for more steel. Slow going, but non-zero. Having a second train filling things here will help. Alright, cast more iron. Does what it do. would have a much shorter initial distance from startup to the core resources, to assembly, and basic module production. A world where I bother to make iron boxes. One brief spike of research. Oh right, you need one more car for the good stuff. If you stay in the parking lot for long enough to have it installed. And this is a common, with no support from modules. Alright, so the phase 1 foundry process, that can run speed because it's fluid to fluid. No quality problems to be had. Hold these two into the machine here to make the first A3. There it is. Deploy. Now. Production. I need to get a full set of qualities into this thing of any grade. Out of the existing pile of copper. Can I cast anything from the molten copper? Yes, there is a wire casting recipe. Wire making fight between foundry and magnet loom. And since sulfur just bubbles up from the ground here, supply chain for making processors is pretty uncomplicated. You can do rocket fuel directly from the heavy oil, so there's not that much. Well, you'd still want to crack it down to light first to make fuel blocks. Dice cast in the fires. Mount Doom. Alright, cast down all that molten iron again, so... Should be working toward making my second foundry now. Well, yeah, second foundry. Second, third, fourth, and so on. Means delivering lubricant all the way up here. Now make some more than iron. Probably going to need a batch of molten copper in a moment. For which I can create additional storage tanks. Begin some fluid management. First quality dots to emerge from the fire. Yeah, so I need to make a 2-pack of foundries to get 3 more foundries. Hill's assembling another assembler. Cast a pile of gears to help with that. couple of twos will do for the moment. I'm bringing this down here to be able to reinforce more concrete. This step requires the rocks. Then I can cast a batch of sticks. Cast a batch of concrete. Healthy and strong. Oh, you also need water to do this. Well then, that's a bit of a problem. But only a bit. Would make jug water, bottle a little bit of the water, carry it over. And then reuse the jug to bring over one tiny sample. Water do you need for this? 100. Going to need more than one bottle. Till I can cast enough tubes to make the entire world a single giant pipeline. Way. Liquid, spin it the other way to load the rest. That might be all of the concrete. Yeah, because I need 40, so even one of those would have been good. Hook down the chem plant that was making lubricant. Snap another one of those into place. Out of copper. Coal demand is going to increase drastically once this facility is online. Okay, so I should empty out the current stock of molten iron. That way I can do a batch of molten copper. To make more circuits. I also have to spin up more carbide. Alright, there's the tool bits for the second foundry. For the second batch. One. And yeah, so the further value baked into this, that an iron plate costs 10 molten instead of costing 50. The steel bar costs 30. Also the gear is at half cost. The 2 for 4, so the stick still costs the same, but it's increased throughput greatly. Yeah, that holds up. Each ore becomes 10 liquid. But that's also before you do the multiplying for the base productivity here. Which, bright steel has its tech bonus as well. You'll love to see it. And longer term carbon production here is done by washing the coal. Should be able to switch to electric mining. Okay, Okay, that cleared out completely, so then copper from lava. And yes, okay, good. It is just stated directly in the encyclopedia here. So the baseline option you have for disposing of unwanted anything is to throw it back in the soup. Magma doubles as waste disposal zone. Quality rocks. Love to see them. Why would you consign those to the fire? They have such a future ahead of them. Getting pulverized in collisions with asteroids. Living the dream. A couple of these. Help with the brick processing. In the bounds of current technology. Taking advantage of the superabundance of the relevant materials. I'll still want to switch to electrical later. These are right here. Eventually the coal will have more important things to do than being roasted. $5,000 is probably enough molten copper. Or for the production bar. Also, there you go, a reason to qualitate the initial magma processing. You find the good rocks way at the bottom. And I don't need copper as bars, so just cast that directly into wire. The fact that I can directly cast things that are normally a step 2 or 3 product on the general flowchart means that a lot of Magma Factory can run on pipelines instead of conveyors. You can just have copper on tap. Plumbing hell. steel, tungsten, concrete, carbide, and this to open cans of lubricant. It also doesn't mind the liquid there. There's no direct liquid input involved, so quick, so spry. I have to start making local electromotor before I can make the big drills. Reinforced concrete. Guess I didn't pick up the rest of the batch I had queued over here. Yeah, there it is. There. Four of them. Fundamentals from which to begin. Yes. Fire. Fire hot. Or lava.